Practice underway here. Just a little bit left in the practice session for the second men's qualifying squad. Should get started here in just the next couple of minutes. You can find results, live scoring, all of the information on the World Championships at bowl.com/world2013. bowl.com/world2013. Practice starting to wrap up here at the World Championships for the second squad of qualifying. Take a look at Finland and Brazil on this pair. Should get started in less than a minute. See Finland up on the approach now, releasing the ball, and leaves the 2-5-8.
28 and 27 and 28 will continue to practice for 5 minutes. All the others will set the tournament mode on and you will start.
Pause.
And
I don't want people chatting while we're not looking.
remember that when you're done, stay on your place. Do not move until I give you the permission. And then remember to hit the space bar when you change the lane. Good luck, gentlemen. Score 5.
All right, about to get started here with our next squad. This will determine for sure our top 4 for the semifinal, which will be a little bit later on today. Do have a Team USA pair in front of us for this first game. It's John Serbinski and Chris Barnes. Serbinski's first frame. And he yanks it and leaves the 3-6 on that shot. Would appreciate everybody would take a quick second to get on their Facebook and their Twitter and spread the word that we've got the live streaming here for you on the official website of the WTBA World Championships, bowl.com/World 2013 is where you can send people to watch. And here is Chris Barnes, first frame. And Chris goes a little high, trips out the 4. Little tip of the cap there.
We are just underway here in game number 1 of this squad of qualifying. Things a little bit later in beginning than scheduled due to a software glitch or some kind of software.
Yeah, everything's looking good now, so we should be on track. Probably get started late with the semifinals, but not too bad, I don't think. Probably about a half an hour late or so. So I would think that the semifinals probably will start in about 4 hours. So you can figure that out based on where you're at, what time zone you're in. But the semifinals should start in about 4 hours. And if you weren't with us this morning here in the Las Vegas area, the results from the first squad had Bodo Kozniecki leading the way, the German, at 1368. Shin Sung-hyun of Korea in second at plus 165, 1365. Choi Bak-um of Korea in third place, 1343. And Timmy Tan of Malaysia in fourth at 1335. And again, the top four will advance to the semifinal. And this is a pretty stacked squad. Some great bowlers on it, so we'll see how many do advance from that morning squad and how many will move on from this squad.
Rick Cruz, we need you at the desk. Rick Cruz, we need you at the desk.
Barnes starts off with the first two, and you can follow along. We have live scoring available. You can see those links at bowl.com.
See one of the spinners from Macau, China, with the helicopter release. Jason and I have been to Macau, haven't we? We
have.
When we went to Hong Kong. We
Yep.
made a little day trip to Macau. Cool place. I liked it there.
Las Vegas of that part of the world.
Well, John Serbinsky of Team USA with a spare and a strike to start off game one. It would not surprise me to see Zerbinski and Barnes put up some big scores here on this squad. I think they're going to work well together. Also got Bill O'Neill and Tommy Jones from Team USA on this squad as well. And you can follow all the live scoring if you want to see how your favorite player or country is doing. Just follow along on the live scoring, and that link is available on the official website of the World Championships, bowl.com/world2013. Barnes with a 4-9 split after the double start. We did have a couple of 300s in that first round today. Bodo Konieczny, who's in the lead, had a 300 in game 2, finished at plus 168. And Luis Eduardo Roviana of Venezuela had a 300, and he finished at plus 41. I think I had a score wrong earlier when I said his total when he shot 300 this morning, but he's plus 41 for the tournament this morning.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is the WTBA World Championships live from Sunset Station Strike Zone in suburban Las Vegas, Henderson, Nevada. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman. Appreciate your being with us. This is the first event of the championships and the second of 2 singles squads. 6 games of qualifying, and then the top 4 players across both squads combined will make the medal round.
It's a pretty harsh cut to go from that many bowlers to 4, but that's the way that the format works, but it certainly makes for a very exciting semifinal and final. I think all of the World Championships I've been to where they've had this format with the final and the semifinal have been pretty dramatic and will make for some great viewing a little bit later today. Scoring pace was relatively low on the first squad. The top four averaged between 228 and 222.5. So it's going to probably take at least a 228 average to make the semifinals. Chris Barnes with a strike in an open last frame, that 4-9 split. Starting to wind down with game one. Again, it's a 6-game total to determine the semifinalists. Scores get combined with the earlier squad today. And for those of you who are wondering when the women compete, they will be on the lanes tomorrow. Seeing in the chat that it looks like the live scoring is down, but I just sent a note. Hopefully they can get that fixed quickly. Looks like Barnes was taking a re-rack for his next shot. ball hooked a lot and very early. And it's a big split again on that right lane for Barnes.
He has certainly been punished for his misses.
That's what we saw this morning, too. Well, I have sent a note about the live scoring being down, but I'll run down there and see if I can get that reset real quick. So, Jason, I'll be right back in a moment.
Oh, while Lucas steps away, I'll remind you where we are, just in game number 1 of the second squad of the day of the singles competition. And we will have the medal round, the semifinals, here live on Bowl TV later today. Bowl TV will have live coverage of every round and all of the medals rounds here at the 2013 WTBA World Championships. If you're not following WTBA on Twitter, you can do so. See the handle on your screen, at World Bowling. If you're interested in USBC news from the United States, you can follow us at USBC. Well, Barnes gets a strike on the left lane, but those back-to-back splits on the right may stop him from getting out of the gates quickly. Last squad, we saw things fairly slow in terms of scoring pace, low scoring pace. And at least with what I'm seeing in front of our live platforms right now, that is the case again.
Well, I went down and asked them to reset the live scoring, so it should be working again now. Sorry about the problem. Every once in a while, it has to be refreshed on their end, so it is now up and running again, I'm told. So everything should be better. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it.
A quick look at Enleto Monticelli.
A Hall of Famer, Venezuelan legend.
See if Chris Barnes can figure out that right lane.
That's been giving him some problems, hasn't it?
Nice looking shot there.
There's only, he's had all strikes on the left lane, and he had just a couple of misses on that right lane for opens. And for those of you wondering, we are set up behind lanes 51 through 58 with our live streaming cameras, and unfortunately that's all we can show. We can show you what happens on these pairs. Have to remember it's a 72 lane bowling center, so this is a very large facility. But the good news is that the semifinals and the finals each day will be right in front of our live stream cameras here. So we'll have great camera angles for the semifinals and finals each evening. John Serbinsky, Team USA, off to a decent start. 124 in the 6th, the strike in the 7th, and that was not a very good shot right there. Lanes look pretty tough, as they did this morning. But I think that the advantage that these guys have is that they got to watch the first squad bowl and learn from the mistakes that they made, and hopefully they won't make those same mistakes or get tricked by the transition like they did on the first squad. And that's one reason why I think we could see 3 or as many as 4 bowlers from this squad make the cut, although I could be surprised, you never know. Maybe it'll go the other way. Maybe they'll try to make adjustments that don't work on this squad that people didn't try this morning. You never know what's going to happen.
Trying to give a good look at that spinner style. And keep on having a situation where teammates kind of blocking him. Maybe we'll be able to do it. Get a decent shot here this last shot in the 10th.
He's bowling a good game, 254. It's a very high game for a spinner. Ooh. So 250. It's a great game for that helicopter style. Usually they average pretty consistently around 210 or so. So 250 is a big game.
So here's just a look in the slow-mo of that release. It's a little bit tough to see just because, as I said, the teammate and coach are in the way, but you can see that The way that ball rotation is, very different looking.
Yep. It's a very hard release to master.
Well, of the pairs in front of us, it's only the United States and Kuwait who have yet to finish, with those players in the 9th frame, a couple of frames behind. Barnes playing pretty far out there. Let's take a slow-mo look at Chris Barnes' delivery. And you'll see the line on this short pattern, just how far outside he is playing. That ball right to the edge, about as close as you're going to get, and then makes a sharp left turn. I'd say that was not exactly where he wanted it, but the light mixer carries.
Yeah, that's a little right of what he's trying to do, I think. Pretty much all the pairs in front of us is finished up except for this one, 51 and 52. Wants to know how many pairs they move after each game. They skip 10 to the right or 10 to the left. So not pairs, lanes, I should say. So if you're on 52, you go to, well, you would go to 62, but 62 is not in play, so you go to 9 and 10. And if you're on 51, you would go to 41 for the next game. And someone else asking who Barnes is bowling with. That is John Serbinski, Team USA Trials champion this year. And it's not doubles, it's singles, so they're not bowling as a pair, but they are on the same pair. I think Barnes just realized that they have to make the move, and he walked down, saw that 61 and 62 wasn't in play, and then gave a grimace, because I don't think he wants to walk all the way down to the other end of the bowling center. I think actually he was probably hoping to get a look at if anybody was still playing on the pair so we could look at ball reaction. Serbinski with a bucket. So if he picks it up, he'll shoot 190. You can see Barnes' reaction to it too. It's pretty funny.
Can be a nice advantage if you're able to have your teammate next to you, giving you some additional input, the ball reaction and how the lane's playing. So Serbinski shoots 188. Not the start he was looking for, but not a disaster either.
He's got about 40 pins to make up now. Average about 228, you would think, to make the cut. So that would actually be 30 pins, wouldn't it? Yeah. 34, 40. I don't know. But doing too much math in my head today. Either way, with only a 6-game format, you can't afford to have another game like that if you want to make it into the semifinals.
See if we can track what went wrong on that previous shot for Barnes. See the ball breaking, looks like from here a good 4 boards left of the one we saw strike before. That one goes through the nose, and I mean that's a good long ways left. Fortunate to have a makeable spare, which he did convert while we were taking a look at the replay.
Just shows you how little margin for error there is.
There is not. Yeah, you're throwing into a real small window out there, and of course, angle and ball speed playing a big part of it. There's a reason that the scoring pace was so low this morning. These are the best players in the world, and sometimes it's a struggle. So we'll wait now. I think there's still a couple of shots to be rolled down at the low end of the center. We'll wait for the whistle and then have the players move on along for game number 2. We're glad to have you with us here on Bowl TV. I'm Jason Overstreet, Lucas Wiseman doing most of the talking here. You can catch up on all the results and information about this tournament at bowl.com, the home website of the United States Bowling Congress. Bowl TV is a service of the United States Bowling Congress. We'd like to thank all of our USBC members for making it possible, and thank WTBA for allowing us to provide you this live video coverage. Also like to invite everyone to please check out bowlingdigital.com. Herbert Bickle runs an outstanding website there. He's partner with us on this event coverage as well. There'll be some great bonus videos, photographs, enhanced additional coverage at bowlingdigital.com.
Nathan asking if the 72 lanes are straight across, and yes, they are. It's a big bowling center here, Sunset Station. And I don't know if the scores were low this morning or if I just expected them to be higher. But I looked back at what it took to make the singles semifinals in 2010. Of course, a completely different pattern, and it was plus 172. And the leader currently is plus 168. So Bodo would not have made the cut with that score in 2010 at the World Men's Championships, but completely different pattern.
Sometimes difficult to compare year over year, different pattern, different center.
Yep. Short patterns, my understanding, tend to play pretty difficult in this center. As soon as we have an update on the standings, we'll let you know. But they're still finishing up down on the low end. And there was the whistle.
There's the whistle.
Everybody's asking as they move over here, is this pair on the live stream? Is this pair on the live stream? So, and fortunately for the people who have asked me, the answer is yes. We've got the top pair from Puerto Rico on the featured pair coming up here. Same thing for the Dominican.
The Dominican Republic start us off.
Manino Fernandez kicks it off with a strike.
Hard to overstate how tough it can be being the first bowler. You know, that being the scout to see exactly how the new pair is playing that first ball. Not exactly sure how it's going to respond.
Oh yeah, you always have to kind of have a little guessing game going on when you make that move to a new pair. A lot of people want to watch the Finns as well on 51 and 52. Osku and Pasi, the top two Finnish bowlers, probably. So we've got requests to show Finland, Puerto Rico, and Singapore, but they're all in different pairs, and we'll kind of spread it around, and we will
do the best we
show.
can.
Yep, show you as much as we can here. Looks like Osku shot 170 the first game. Look at Osku. Fresh off a win at the World Games in Cali, Colombia, where he bowled outstanding all week long. Well, if you look at the standings and sort it by average, you've got 11 guys who are averaging higher than first place on the first squad. So there were 11 guys who shot 230 or better the first game. Javier Tan of Singapore, 264. Choi Fei of Macau, 250. Haftor Harderson of Iceland, 250. Rakan Al Amiri of Kuwait, 247. Patrick Gerard of Canada, 243. Stuart Williams of England, 238. Bill O'Neill of the United States, 236. Robert Anderson of Sweden, 234. Sam Cooley of Australia, 233. Marco Bade of Germany, 233. I'm sure I said that wrong. Frankie Colon of Puerto Rico, 230.
Wow, that's quite a difference.
Indeed.
We'll see if it holds up. It did just sort of feel like it in that first squad that just nobody was really catching fire, that somebody would get hot and then they'd get cold and somebody else would get hot.
And if you compare squad 1 to squad 2, game number 1, the first squad, the field averaged 188.74 this morning. On this squad, the average is 189.92, so a little bit more than a pin better per game, or per player on this squad. But the field average went up every single game this morning. It went 188, 189, 192, 193, 194, 195 to finish at 192.51. So obviously the scoring pace went up each game overall this morning. Watching our live coverage of the WTBA World Championships, the men's singles qualifying squad number 2 here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman, Jason Overstreet with you. Ask that you please follow WTBA on Twitter at World Bowling is the account to follow. It's pretty easy, at World Bowling. You can also follow USBC at USBC. You can follow me at Lucas_Wiseman, and you can follow Jason at Overstreet Jason. I smell a tweet coming from Jason.
Thought I'd take a picture from our vantage point here and send it out.
I saw him pick up this phone and take a picture. I knew exactly what was happening.
Haven't done one for a while. Heck, you know what I should do, Lucas? Is I should take one of includes you.
No, it's okay. You don't have to do that.
Although I must say it doesn't frame up very well.
Frankie Colon with a strike. A little bit of a rough game for him early on here, but Andro from Puerto Rico with a spare 5-bagger. Start this game, shot 198 first game. about halfway through game number 2. A little past the halfway point on some of these pairs. If I had to guess, I would say we're about 3 hours away from the semifinals getting started. Probably about 30 minutes behind schedule. Well, for those of you who are just joining us, our live cameras are set up behind lanes 51 through 56. So generally much outside of that range is tough for us to see unless there's something extraordinary going on. But otherwise we stay here, and pretty much all of the countries pass through at some point, so that is how the coverage is structured. That's where the TV platform is here at Strike Zone. Question in the YouTube chat if a lot of the players are using urethane, and I would say that yes, at least quite a few of the players that we're watching right now in front of us are using urethane. Yeah, we saw it this morning too. A lot of players using urethane in this on this short pattern. Pretty expected.
Question in the YouTube chat asking why the players would choose to use urethane, and Lucas could probably give a little bit more complete answer than I can, but I would say that it is to control the ball reaction on this short pattern. Very easy for a ball to overreact, lose control. So to be able to have increased accuracy trying to get to where they're looking to be on the lane.
Well, the general rule of thumb, Jason, is that on a short pattern you want to play as far right as possible, and on a long pattern you don't want to play inside. And so in order to be able to play to the right, you've got to have a ball that you can control. So that's why they like to throw urethane. But even then, sometimes the urethane is too much for some of these players. Some of the pairs starting to wrap up game 2.
Iowa Bowler in the YouTube chat wants to know when Team USA bowled. Give the answer which will apply to all of the teams, and that is that there are 2 squads and there are players from countries that bowl on both squads. So this is the second squad of singles. It happens that Team USA had 2 players in the first squad and 4 players this squad. Chris Barnes and John Serbinsky were on the featured pair to start off the broadcast, and Tommy Jones and Bill O'Neill will be coming later. So same holds true for all the other countries, that they'll be passing through at some point and have players on both the A and B squads.
To answer the question in the chat about what pattern we're bowling on today, it is the 33-foot Sydney pattern. If you want more information on the pattern, go to world10pinbowling.com and click on patterns.
You can also find the live scoring application there to be able to get an update on players who may not be on the video pairs.
Well, not on that site, but at bowl.com you can. bowl.com/world2013.
Thank you, Lucas. I was not necessarily listening to where you were directing, folks.
That's okay. I tune myself out sometimes.
You don't have pattern information on bowl.com?
That's always better to go to the World 10-Pin Bowling Association to direct to the source.
These are WTBA championship patterns. Well, 10th frame for Osku. He gets a strike first shot in the 10th. He's gonna need one more in order to go over 200. Strike out for 205. So we're finishing up game number 2 here of the second squad of singles. Looks like it will be Dominican Republic and Singapore that are the last of our TV pairs to finish up.
Just thinking about the schedule and where we're at right now, I think that it's likely that the semifinals will be at least 45 minutes behind the scheduled time. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. But regardless, we will be live for you here on Bowl TV with the semifinals and the finals, regardless of what time they start. But it will be later than scheduled. That is for certain.
Oh, we appreciate everybody sticking with us as Lucas and I stepped away for a moment to allow you to just enjoy some of the action without commentary. Once again, finishing up game number 2 here of the second squad of the singles competition, and then we'll rotate on, get a new group on the featured pair for game number 3. As long as we got a minute, let's take a replay look at that last shot from Singapore. Nice 2:33 game finish. And that wraps up the competition on lane 55 and 56. We'll take a wide look here of the center at Strike Zone inside Sunset Station Hotel and Casino. I'm Jason Overstreet. Lucas and I will be back with you in just a moment for the start of game number 3. So we have a new group of teams that have rotated on to the feature pair as we get things going in game number 3.
Hopefully we'll get an update on the standings here pretty quick online, and then we'll let you know. Seems as though the scores came down quite a bit after that last game. Because on the in-house scoreboard now it says men's single cut 230 average, and after that first game it said 247 average. So obviously I would assume the scores came down quite a bit for the leaders after game 1. But should have an update here, and here it comes. Well, right now, top 4 are Germany, Sweden, Iceland, and Hong Kong. And based on average, those 4 players are ahead of Bodo Konieczny, who was the leader on the first squad. I'm going to have to learn how to say some of these names, I think. One of the other Germans, Marco, I'll go with Bade until someone corrects me, is leading at 5:01. Robert Andersson of Sweden in second place, 4:68. Hafthor Hardison of Iceland at 4:61, and Michael Mack of Hong Kong, 4:60. Those are the top 4 on this squad, and based on average, they are ahead of all of the bowlers from the first squad. Next high on this squad is Johan Ali of France. I'm guessing that's how you say it. I apologize if I'm saying it wrong. 4:54. Colombia's Edward Ray, 4:53, and Chris Barnes of the USA at 4:51. So you can find those standings at bowl.com/world2013.
Here is Michael Mack, who you mentioned earlier, Lucas.
Yeah, he's a good bowler from Hong Kong. He's been good for a while. He's still pretty young. And they've got good coaching in Hong Kong with Bill Hoffman, and Del Ballard is also helping out.
Off to our right, Team Canada passing through. Mark Buffa. Canada did very well in this bowling center at the PABCON Championships last year. George Lambert.
There's Michael again with a double. A little high on that one. Leaves the 4-pin. Hong Kong has been so close to breaking through in past championships, and with the coaching they're getting now, somebody like Del Ballard in their corner, they may be headed to the next level here pretty quick. Of course, the World Youth Championships will be in Hong Kong next year. They hosted the last World Women's Championships a couple of years ago. Or Avram from Israel up. Struggling a bit here today at minus 75 for the first two games. But a good player who's had some success in Europe. Well, Jason, maybe we can take another wide shot of the bowling center and just show folks how big this place is. 72 lanes here at Sunset Station. A lot of folks around the world don't get to see a bowling center this big. You can see as Jason pans across here just how massive this center is, and it'll You'll get some perspective here in a second as it goes. Look how far it goes. Just seems to go on forever, doesn't it? Jam-packed with players from across the world. Hey, I'm even in the shot. Hi, everybody. Up here, perched up in the platform, watching the best bowlers in the world.
Brought in extra bleachers here in the concourse area to give folks a better view of things. Really, it's a lot of space to work with, so it's quite nice and in many ways an ideal venue for this type of event. Attract spectators and local fans.
This is the first time that the men's and women's World Championships have been in the same location at the same time in 10 years. 2003 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia was the last time that happened. And this is the first time that it's been a limited field for the World Championships. Each zone was allocated a certain number of slots based on the number of federations they have, and you had to qualify to advance to the World Championships. Pretty similar to other sports. For example, they have World Cup qualifying in soccer, where you play within your zone and advance based on that. But that's only when there's a combined World Championship. Next year, the next 2 years, when the men's and the women's are separated, both be in Abu Dhabi, though, it will be open events, so any country will be able to compete. That's my understanding from WTBA President Kevin Dornberger. Thanks to everybody who has helped our friends at WTBA and followed World Bowling on Twitter at World Bowling. Up to 746 followers. Trying to get that number to the 1,000 threshold. So if you don't follow WTBA on Twitter, you can follow them at World Bowling.
Well, this event should certainly help get more Twitter followers.
Yeah, for sure. They just started their Twitter feed about a week or two ago, so doing pretty good so far. But as you know, Jason, it can be hard to build a Twitter following.
Yes, sometimes it can.
It takes a long time. It really does. It's something you gotta
It takes
work
dedication.
at. Exactly. You gotta work at it.
Well, the action will get exciting later today as we find out who makes that Final Four and heads to the semifinals. Once that is confirmed, then head-to-head competition gets to be really something great for live video. So we hope that you will stick with us and stay here for the exciting conclusion of the singles event later today on Bowl TV.
I think our viewer numbers are a little bit lower for the second squad because a lot of folks in Europe probably have turned in for the night, I would guess. It's getting kind of late over there. It's 11:15 p.m. in London right now, and 12:15 Central European time, so a lot of the folks who are watching in Europe hopefully we'll be able to watch the recorded version tomorrow when they wake up while they're waiting for us to get started with coverage tomorrow. Still only 3:15 in the afternoon here in Nevada, where we're at Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center, Henderson, Nevada, just outside Las Vegas.
See some folks in the chat saying they're not going to sleep, they're staying up for the finals. Admire everybody being willing to stick it out. Hope that ends up being a worthwhile and exciting conclusion for everyone. Know that we're looking forward to it. Should be some drama here at the end of squad 2 also as we find out who it is that makes those semifinals.
Almost at the halfway point of this block. After this game, we'll be halfway through. And again, the semifinals are going to get started late, and I'm guessing that it will be at least 45 minutes behind schedule. That's all right, because Jason and I don't really have anywhere else to go, so we're good with it. Doesn't matter to us what time it starts.
Might need to get a cup of coffee, but otherwise it'll be all right.
I'm looking forward to it. I always look forward to the World Championships and the exciting semifinal and finals format that they have. It's pretty fun to watch, pretty fun to broadcast here on Bowl TV, so should be a good time.
So in the chat, they're saying that Bill O'Neill's got a string going.
He only rolled a 150 last game.
Unfortunately, it's going to be way outside of our camera range.
Where's he at? Lane 9? Oh, yeah, he's got the front 9. How about that? He's going to be on the featured pair next game, but it doesn't really help us now.
No, afraid lane 9, considering that our camera is behind lane 55, is not going to make for much of an angle.
We'll let you know what happens with Bill O'Neill down on lane 9 with the front 9 this game. Bill only shot 157 last game. He shot 236, 157. So he needed a big game to get back into the mix. And it's exactly what he's doing.
So an odd few ups and downs for Team USA's Bill O'Neill to get going in the first half of this.
297 is what Bill O'Neill shot. I don't know what he left, but in reality, Bill O'Neill shot a lot of 300s, so the 300 doesn't really matter. He just probably wanted to get the double in the 10th to maximize his pinfall, and he pretty much did that. So 3 pins short of perfection for Bill O'Neill, 297 here in Game 3. And that will put him at plus 90, which is pretty good total after 3 games, and gives him a chance to potentially have a crack at the top 4. As we progress on this squad.
Well, looking across at the scores, Lucas, see anything that catches your eyes?
Not really. Not in front of us, at least.
It's a little bit difficult to see the scores very far off from our pair, and of course we saw what everybody mentioned in the chat with regard to Bill O'Neill from the United States, but we're not seeing any monster scores that look like they'll be standings movers, at least right in front of us.
Yeah, it's hard to say at this point. Once we start to get a better feel for those who are going to be in contention in the last couple of games here, we'll be able to focus on that. Well, you figure it's going to take another 2 hours to finish this squad after they finish this game. So then we'll have a re-oil and start the semifinal. So I'm starting to think it might be closer to an hour behind schedule at this rate. Should make up a little bit of time in the schedule because I don't think it'll take a full half hour to oil before the semifinals, but they still have to verify scores, which takes a little bit of time.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2013 WTBA World Championships, the men's singles, here on Bowl TV. Jason Overstreet and Lucas Wiseman bringing you the action here from our video platform above lanes 51 through 56. You can follow the live scoring, links on bowl.com. Hope that you're enjoying the action. This is game number 3, so we'll be halfway through the second squad at the conclusion of this game. Top 4 players from the squads combined advance to the medal round. Some good scores being put up here in front of us by the Bahrain bowlers. And Israel as well. Again, we'd like to thank our hosts here, Sunset Station Hotel and Casino in Henderson, Nevada, just outside Las Vegas. City of Henderson, a great supporter of bowling and helped make these WTBA championships in this center possible. Mohammed Sultan for Bahrain. Let's put together a nice game. Strike here will be a 224. Does not get that, but does get 9, 223. So a solid third game. And take a look across the center, as is customary here at WTB events. All the players will wait until the last ball is rolled of this game on the squad, and whistle will sound, and the players will rotate on to their next pair. Well, another interesting group of bowlers coming in this game. Of course, the World Championships, they're pretty much always going to be a good group. England and Sweden, and then next door, the Swiss and United States. Denmark and Iceland. As always, we'll do our best to show you a wide variety of the teams on the featured pairs. Try, if possible, to show the first ball shots.
O'Neill shot 297 last game, so he's plus 90 coming into this one. Trying to see if I see anybody else in front of us that's that high, and he looks like he's the highest in the group in front of us. That would put Bill at a 230 average for the first 3 games. And remember, the leader on squad 1 averaged 228. So that's kind of the score to beat. The 168 over was the lead on the first squad. So right now, Bill O'Neill's on pace to be ahead of that. Question is, how many other people are on pace to be ahead of that? There were 4 going into game 3. We'll see if there are still that many or more. I think Chris Barnes is at plus 128. That's what I'm hearing. But we're waiting for the standings to come in. It takes a couple minutes. They've just started game 4.
As we've been telling you, and as many of you know, can follow along with the live scoring application, and that can be found at bowl.com. Right through to that. Good way to watch the live streaming, see what's going on, since, as you know, as we quickly flip the cameras, we don't have the luxury of being able to give you as many scoring updates as some of you would like to have, so that way we allow you to be able to see the scores that you want at your fingertips.
Scores are updated, and wow, they have changed dramatically. Team USA is now first and second. Chris Barnes plus 128, 728 for Chris Barnes. Bill O'Neill at 690. Yanapan Lapaparat of Thailand, try to say that 3 times fast, 688. So based on average, those are the top 3, and then Bodo Kozniewski of Germany would be 4th based on average.
So we've got Bill O'Neill in front of us this game on the featured pair. We'll see what he can do with that lead.
Things changed really dramatically that game.
It's been a strange ride so far for O'Neill with a big game, a disastrous game, and then another really big game.
Yeah, they started with a double this game. So right now, USA, Chris Barnes, USA, Bill O'Neill, 1st and 2nd based on average. Yanapan Larpaparat of Thailand, 3rd. And Bodo Konieczny in 4th based on average. That is after 3 games on this squad. Bill O'Neill now in the front 3.
Well, as we've said many times, this format with just the 6 games of qualifying, it always comes down to the last game, and it often comes down to the last frame.
Yeah, the other thing about this format and this scoring pace is that when you have a big game like a 297 and a 277 and a 248 like our 3 guys on top had, you move up quite a bit and very quickly. And that's what happened that game.
Yeah, especially when, as we've been mentioning many times, the A squad's average in the clubhouse is not particularly high. It allows those big games in the second squad to be that much more of a difference maker.
Now, don't get us wrong, the scores were good on the A squad, but just our analysis based on who was left to bowl made me think the scores were not as high as it would take to make it into the semifinals. And remember, once we get into the semifinals, we'll have the top 4 after the 2 squads of qualifying make it to the semis. Number 1 bowls number 4, and number 2 bowls number 3. The winners of those matches will meet for the title. But still, with 3 games to go, there's a lot of time left, and a lot will change in these final few games.
For those of you that may be new to watching the live stream, we have cameras set up behind lanes 51 through 56. So those are the teams that and pairs that we show. So we do not have cameras across all 70 lanes here at this bowling center, so it's not a team by request situation.
Got a request to show Denmark, so we've got them on right now. Thomas Larson with a strike. Try to show you as many folks as we can. I also see somebody screaming in the chat for Puerto Rico, but I don't even think Puerto Rico is right in front of us, are they? I don't see them. So, sorry. We can't show them if they're not in front of us.
Fifth frame for O'Neill.
Yeah, he's off to another good start this game in the front 5 now. No surprise. I think I said it earlier, didn't I, Jason, that Bill O'Neill has been pretty solid bowling for Team USA. He's won a lot of all events, gold medals. Just trying to make it into that singles semifinal.
Well, and if he's able to overcome a 150 game and still
be pretty impressive.
Get there, that's good resiliency.
Actually, it just occurred to me that Bill O'Neill is the defending singles gold medalist at the World Championships. He won it in Germany in 2010. Well, let's see in a second here if Bill can keep it going. Watch Nick Stampy of Denmark first. And now over to Bill, who has the front 5. Currently in second place. That's way left. And he's lucky he just left a 4-pin on that shot. That could have been much, much worse. Chris Barnes, our leader on the squad. Strike, spare, spare this game. So he's not putting together any strikes. Yanafan, the tie bowler who's in third, double, spare, triple.
Question in the chat, what time you would expect the semifinals to start, Lucas? Do you think that you would want to forecast a guess?
Yeah, I think in about 2 hours. That would be my best guess. Oh, a 7-10 split for Bill O'Neill. I don't know if we saw that or not. Yeah, I guess we did, didn't we? Bad break. Yeah, my best guess would be in 2 hours. We've got 2.5 games to go plus a re-oil. And the format for the semifinal is going to be number 1 versus number 4, number 2 versus number 3. They bowl one game. The winners of those matches meet for the gold.
Pretty straightforward format, pretty quick.
Yep. Pretty easy. Should all be over in about an hour, I think, once they get started. And the pattern is going to be the same as what they're bowling on now. Here's Bill O'Neill, 8th frame. That looked pretty good. Still went a little high. Carries. Barnes still has not doubled this game. Yanapan, the tie bowler, is going at a 227 pace. He was in 3rd based on average coming into this game. Someone asking if we have an opinion on the pattern playing tough. And the pattern is, in addition to being short at 33 feet, short patterns tend to play pretty difficult here at Sunset Station because of the lane surface and the topography. So that makes these short patterns play pretty tough. A little bit tougher than normal, I would think. Bill O'Neill with a double there. He can get 256 in this game. Go ahead, Jason.
Quick another look at O'Neill's shot. Talk about where to play the short pattern. See his ball break Right about 3 board, maybe 4. Nice roll back to the pocket. Several questions about what ball folks are using. I'm not sure what O'Neill is using. Do you have any idea, Lucas?
Couldn't tell you. It's too hard. We're too far away
to tell.
Yeah. Someone said in the chat, I think it's a Vibe, but I'm not 100% sure.
Tenth frame now for O'Neill. Well, ball did not quite react the way he was hoping it would.
Still going to be in the 230s this game. .235 for Bill O'Neill gets him to plus 125. Robert Anderson of Sweden going to shoot 188 this game. He was plus 53 going into that game. Martin Larsson, you see him, well, you did see him on the left side of your screen, the Swede, with a big game going here, gets you 280. It's not quite ready to go yet, but we'll get back over to him in a minute. Here's Thomas Larsson of Denmark. Not liking that shot one bit. Well, if Martin Larson strikes out and shoots 280, that would get him to plus 102, it looks like. That would put him within striking distance of the potentially to get into the top 4. See Raymond Teest of England working on a double going into the 10th frame, can shoot 226 this time around. Matt Miller shot 224 for England. And Ray leaves 10 pin. Not happy about it either. Here's Martin. 10th frame, going at a potential 280 here. Gets another one.
Tommy Jones just not putting up big Tommy Jones numbers here in this singles event. He's going to be at 197 if he covers up the single pin.
Yeah, he's not even going to be plus for the day so far. After 4 games, he'll be minus 8.
Barring something crazy, a couple of back-to-back really huge games, Tommy will be out of the mix in the singles competition.
You have to go about probably 280, something like that, to have even a chance. Even that might not be enough. Martin Larson with another one.
Larson putting on a show here on the video feature pair. He's going to try something different in this last shot. Grab something else out of the bag.
.280.
That worked pretty nicely.
Yeah, goes the last 10. Gets to plus 102. Yanapan, the tie bowler, threw a split in the 10th frame, shot 223s, plus 111 now. And Chris Barnes only going to shoot, looks like 204. He's got an 8 count up in the 10th, and that would put him at plus 132. So perhaps Chris Barnes will still be in the lead. We'll have to wait and see. If you guys see anything else in the chat that might beat Chris Barnes' score currently, let me know. So just wrapping up game 4, 2 more games to go to determine our semifinalists here in the men's singles event. Just waiting on the final shots to be thrown before we get started with game 5.
Well, as you can see, we've started our next round of our next game here. As the next round of teams have come on through. Lucas will be back momentarily with a scoring update. It does not appear that any of the players on our featured pair this round are plus, I think. One of the players from Mexico might be. It's a little bit hard for me to see. Lucas will have that update momentarily. Until he gets back, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us for our live coverage here on Bull TV of the WTBA World Championships. I'm Jason Overstreet, here keeping Lucas company. And we'll have complete coverage here throughout these championships on both the men's and women's side. Taking you all the way through to the end, and then some additional coverage of the USBC Queens of Stockholm WTBA World Tour that takes place in this bowling center after the WTBA World Championships. So we'll have bowling just about all the time here on Bull TV the next few weeks. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to us on YouTube. I'll give you an alert whenever we've got a recorded version of the live stream available for viewing. Also, we're going to have highlight packages of the medal rounds that will be available as well. So please do subscribe to Bull TV on YouTube in order to see that great content. You can also take a regular look at bowlingdigital.com. Bowling Digital, a partner here that has some great content, videos, still photos, terrific coverage at bowlingdigital.com. Advise you check out that website. For immediate updates on all things related to the World 10-Pin Bowling Association, follow WTBA on Twitter at World Bowling. That's at World Bowling. If you're interested in more updates from Bull TV, which is a service of the United States Bowling Congress, the national governing body here in the USA, at USBC is our handle, or you can follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC. Thanks so much for joining us. Wherever you may be watching in the world, enjoying this competition with the best bowlers from all corners of the globe. Format, once again, 6 games, and the top 4 players will advance to the semifinals. Top 4 players, combined scores from our 2 squads today. So a real short qualifying. And then 1-game matches in the semifinals and finals to determine who takes home the coveted gold medal. Lucas is back.
Yes. I am back and need to give everybody an update on the scores here. Looks like they've just come in. And Chris Barnes still leading based on average, 232.5. Bill O'Neill at 231.25. So they're pretty close, only 5 pins between them. Bodo Konieczny, yes, I'll just stick with that, is third at a 228 average. He's already bowled all 6 games. And Yanapan Lapaparat of Thailand is fourth based on average at 227.75. So on this squad, Barnes at 930, O'Neill at 925, Yanapan Lapaparat of Thailand at 911, Martin Larson at 902, Michael Mak of Hong Kong at 887. And then the next on this squad would be Marco Bada of Germany at 871. That would be 10 pins a game off the pace.
So, Lucas, would you say the German from the first squad in fairly decent position, but not safe?
Yeah, not safe, but he's got a pretty good chance at this point.
And beyond that, from the first squad,
well, it's
tough
possible.
to say.
Yeah, it's possible for the Korean Shin Sung-yeon to make it. Wouldn't take much for the Korean to make the cut if some of these players kind of fall back a little bit.
And if you'll recall, those of you that may have been watching the first squad, what happened was in the last game of the day, several of the players that had been leading ran into trouble. So is that related to the way the pattern broke down? If that's the case, then maybe we'll see that again. Or was that just coincidence? That's the beautiful thing about these multi-squad qualifying. You don't know until after you get through it whether or not it's related somehow to the pattern and the play, or if it's the individuals involved.
Yeah, I would guess that if it's just a couple of people, then you think that maybe they just didn't bowl well, but when it's that many people bowling subpar games, you have to wonder if it's a transition. But you got to remember the lanes have transitioned probably a little different than they did this morning. So who knows how it's going to finish here, whether we'll have a crazy finish or not. Not sure. Chris Barnes with 3 strikes in a row to start game 5. Bill O'Neill had 3 in a row and just went 9 spare. Yanapan, La Paparat, strike, spare, spare to start this game. Chris Barnes has the front four this game. As we keep you updated on the leaders on this squad. Bill O'Neill, strike, 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 9 spare, strike. Bowlers from Poland. I will not attempt to say his name because I will say it very badly. Jason's squinting to try to read it, and I don't think Jason wants to make an attempt either.
No.
It looks like his first name is Merrick, M-A-R-E-K, so we'll go with that, Merrick.
We encourage everyone to check out live scoring and make your own attempt at pronunciations of names for countries which you may not be as much accustomed to their pronunciations.
Some countries are, the names are harder to pronounce for us as English speakers than others. And I find that that part of the world is very difficult. Poland, Czech, Russia, Ukraine, in that area is rather challenging from our standpoint to pronounce the names. Someone asking in the chat what the pattern is. It's the 33-foot Sydney pattern. The other pattern that will be used in this tournament is the 39-foot Soul pattern. But for today, it is Sydney. The women bowl singles tomorrow, and that will be on the short pattern as well.
Well, it is a real pleasure having so many people from all across the world watching our broadcast here on Bowl TV. We have the good fortune of being able to broadcast a lot of events in the United States. Occasionally, we able to leave the borders, but to be able to have everybody come here and be in the center that we do a lot of events in, it's been a very enjoyable start to the tournament. Great to have everyone in the chat, and certainly appreciate our worldwide audience for being our guests here for this coverage of the WTBA World Championships. Lucas and I were just talking earlier that it wasn't that long ago that there was no video available for events such as this. It's great now that technology has evolved and the quality of the video stream, I think, getting better all the time, that now you can have a chance to see your friends from around the world. Federations have a chance to follow along and see how their teams are doing a long ways from home. One of the great things about bowling, it really is set up beautifully for this live video coverage and to be able to follow results live online as well. If you haven't checked it out yet, the live results link can be found at bowl.com, and that's also going to be your home for information such as schedule and result stories as well. Bowl.com is the home of USA Bowling, United States Bowling Congress. It's our pleasure to lend that as a resource here to the World Championships while the event is taking place here near Las Vegas. Wonder how many of the teams here are going to get a chance to check out the Las Vegas scene. Hopefully there'll be some opportunity for a little bit of sightseeing, especially since this combined championships has it such that a few of the players have days off. While there will be no days off from Bowl TV coverage, for example, the women today have a day that they are not competing, so that may be an opportunity to be able to see Las Vegas, while many of the bowlers are familiar with Las Vegas, certainly within the PABCON zone, as this venue has hosted championships in the past. For some of our other visitors, it might be either a first visit or an infrequent visit. And certainly Las Vegas, a very interesting city to spend some time in. Just don't want to spend too much time in the evening during an athletic competition or get distracted. That is the downside, I suppose, of having a major event in Las Vegas. There are plenty of distractions, but we know that these world-class athletes in their programs will make sure that distraction is not a problem. Just to reset where we are here, we are about halfway through, actually towards the back end of game number 5 here of the second and final squad of qualifying and men's singles competition. So pretty soon Lucas will be taking out his notepad and things will be getting exciting as we find out who it is that will make that last 4. Lucas, you got to give me a signal or something before you cough there. You're blowing the speakers off people's stereos who've watching us on a big system out there.
Well, usually I have the control of the volume, but I'm kind of spread out here. Don't have control.
Need you get your cough button or something?
To update you on the guys who are at the top of the standings on this squad, Chris Barnes, 114 in the 5th with a spare in the 6th. So he's going at about a 2:10 pace. And then Bill O'Neill, he is about to bowl in the 9th frame, going at a 2:05 pace. And Yanapan La Paparat just opened in the 6th. He's going at 170 pace at this point. And that would drop him out of the top 4 based on average going into the last game unless he can step it up. Unfortunately, we're not going to get as lucky this time around, Jason, as we did on the first squad. We're not going to have the leaders in front of us for the last game. I think the closest will be Chris Barnes on 48, if I'm not mistaken.
That will make it a little bit more difficult to give good information to our viewers about how things are shaping up.
Well, we got the live scoring, so that makes it okay, but we won't be able to see it. That's the problem. But that's the way it goes. Not going to be able to tell exactly where everybody's going to be who's in contention. So we just got to set up in our zone, and you have to hope that we'll have some players that are near the top of the standings.
Just kind of luck of the draw when you've got such a large center.
Well, Bill O'Neill just opened in the 9th, so now his max is 203.
That's going to ratchet the pressure up on him for the 6th game.
Yeah, it's certainly good news for Bodo Konieczny, for sure. I think at this point it's looking pretty good for Bodo to make it. Chris Barnes just opened in the 8th, and he can only max at 220 this game.
So a nice 255 game there in front of us.
That's Roberto Silva, I think.
Yep, Team Mexico.
Gets him to plus 93. The 3 guys at the top on this squad are struggling a bit here, so I wonder if we're kind of seeing it happen again. That's what it looks like. Well, I could actually see a couple of guys from that first squad make the cut.
That could be just the lane transition happens to be difficult at the end of 5 and heading into 6 with this number of players in this play, and so it may not have been any said it particular to those involved. Maybe the way that the pattern is going to play out.
Bill O'Neill finished with 193, and that'll drop him down to plus 118. If you want to follow Chris Barnes on the live scoring, he's on lane 38 right now. He can max at 220. As he's waiting to bowl his 10th frame. And Yanapan Paparat can max at 215 here this game. It's possible that not only could Bodo Konieczny make it, he could be the top seed, potentially. The way things are going, and I think there's a pretty decent chance that the second high on that first squad today, which was Korea's Shin Sung-yoon, could make it as well and potentially be the number 2 seed. So there may be only 2 spots taken from this squad on the top 4. We'll have to wait and see how it all pans out in this last game coming up.
Well, we'll certainly do our best to keep everyone informed. Game 5 just about in the books.
Yeah, they're done in front of us here.
With the drama of Game 6 coming up momentarily.
Well, while we're waiting to get started with the next game, I want to remind you to follow World Bowling on Twitter, @WorldBowling. You can also follow USBC, @USBC. Jason is @OverstreetJason, and I am @Lucas_Wiseman. So while we have a little break in the action here, you may want to get on Twitter and give us all a follow. Still waiting on the update on the live scoring for the final tally for Chris Barnes. Through the first one of the 10th. And Chris finishes at 209 and sits at plus 139. Yanapan Lapaparad of Thailand still finishing. He can only max at 195 this game. That would put him at plus 106. Haven't heard the whistle yet. I think we still got one more pair to go to finish up here. There's the whistle. Everybody now moves to their next pair for the final game. I still think we'll start the semifinals in about an hour. Take them about 40 minutes to bowl this last game. And then they'll we will have to re-oil before we start the semis. So we'll keep our eyes out for an update to the scores and see where we stand. It looks like that update will be coming shortly. Waiting on the results to come in, and then we can give you an update on where we stand. Just kind of glancing at who's in front of us. I don't think we have anybody in the top of the standings that's on our featured pairs, unfortunately. Well, it looks like Martin Larson bowled a big game to move into the lead. The Swede at plus 151. Very interesting. Martin must have bowled a big game 5. Martin's on 31 this last game, if you want to follow him on the live scoring.
Lucas will try and do some calculations to figure out exactly where everybody stands as we head down the stretch, even though we may not see them on the live streaming. If we can follow along on the live scoring application and catch them out of the corner of our eyes with the cameras looking down the way, if things get close, we'll do that, as it looks like they'll be at least 7 or 8 players, I'd say, that potentially in range. Of making the Final Four.
Well, we've got Martin Larson in the lead at 11:51. That's a 230.2 average. Bodo Konieczny at 228 average. He's already done. Chris Barnes at 227.8 average in third. And then Shin Seung-hyun of Korea at a 227.5 average in fourth. Beyond that, on this squad, guys who still have an opportunity to make up ground and move into the top 4, Bill O'Neill sitting at 11:18. He would need to shoot a big last game. Probably he needs 248 to pass the Korean. And that's a big game when you're only averaging 223. And then Michael Mak of Hong Kong is next on this squad at 11:14. And Yanapan Lapaparat of Thailand at 11:06 would be next. And Bill O'Neill has started with the front 3.
Not a lot of room for error.
Nope.
He is gonna, I don't know what happened in that 150 game in game 2 that O'Neill rolled, but if he ends up coming up short, he's gonna certainly be kicking himself for that one.
So we'll keep an eye on everything that's going on here and let you know who's going to advance into the semifinals, which are going to take place right after this.
So Lucas, correct me if I'm wrong, but countries that are in play could have 2 Koreans in contention, could have 2 Americans, could have Sweden, Germany,
Yep.
Hong Kong with an outside shot.
Yeah, both O'Neill and Mack have to bowl big games to make it in. But certainly a possibility for Korea to get 2 in if Chris Barnes or Martin Larson bowl a bad game.
So that's kind of where things stand as far as the contenders for the final 4 spots. Germany looking pretty strong. Korea with a pretty safe bet to get one of the spots.
Yeah, I think that's safe.
Other than that, tough to call.
Yeah, it's going to kind of depend on how Larson, Barnes, O'Neill, Mack, and Paparat finish here. Bill O'Neill now is the front four. Chris Barnes with a couple of spares to start. Martin Larson, spare, strike.
I saw Barnes leave a 4-pin off to my left. So I think for all of the players in contention on this squad, just staying clean isn't going to do it. Larson with the most room to breathe, of course, but
yeah, I mean, even Barnes needs 205 just to get ahead of Choi Bak-um. And Martin Larson still needs 193 to get ahead of Choi, but there's a little bit of an 8-pin gap between the third and fourth place guys on that first squad. It's not a very big gap, though. So a bad game here would knock these players out in a hurry.
we saw O'Neill struck.
That would be the front five for Bill. And he's in a situation where he has to shoot 248 or better to make it in my opinion. And that assumes that Martin Larson and Chris Barnes continue at their current pace. Not much we can do but sit and wait, Jason.
No, wish we had the good fortune of one of these players that we're talking about being in our camera zone, but it's not the way it worked out. Had that good fortune first squad, but not this squad, so we'll let you know as best we can.
Chris Barnes is the closest, down on 48.
I saw he just left a 10-pin, which he covered, and so he's
all spares.
Not looking real happy. He's starting to get into an uncomfortable zone here with no doubles and not too many frames to go. Can you look up on live score and you know what lanes they're on for Larson and Mack?
Larson's on 31, Barnes on 48, O'Neill on 33, Yanopong Lapaparat on 11, and Michael Mack on 23. And Michael has a couple of opens already this game, so it's bad news for him. I'm not sure that he can get there now. In fact, yeah, he can't. I don't think he can make the finals now.
He needed to be in the 240s also, didn't he?
Yeah, he needed to be 250, and he can only shoot 243 now. So I think that we can kind of scratch him off the list for now. unless something crazy happens. Yanapan went front four open, so he still has a little bit of life left in him if he can strike out. Martin Larson spare double. Bill O'Neill front six, so Bill's making a push here. And of course, Chris Barnes, all 9 spares this game. I see Bill O'Neill is up on the approach off in the distance here. And he came up light. I don't know if he struck or not.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he might have.
You think so?
Yeah, but the name, it looked like the scoreboard flipped down to the next person. So I think he had a really light hit that carried for the front 7.
Wow.
It very easily, from this distance, looked like it could have been a bucket or a 2-8-10, something like that, but it seemed to carry. So that's a big hit for him.
Tough to tell with O'Neill looking at his body language from a distance.
So he threw it bad, it looked like.
Yeah, he was. Well, the plot certainly getting thicker if O'Neill continues to string strikes.
And if Barnes doesn't get something going here, he may be the odd man out. Because if O'Neill goes around Chris, at that point Chris has to stay ahead of Shin Sing-hyun of Korea, and to do that, Chris Barnes needs 227. Chris Barnes not going at a 227 pace just yet. Martin Larson with a spare in the 5th, still doing all right. Yanapan LaPaparat still hanging in there. Front 4 open double. He can still shoot 264 this game, and that would put him right there. That would get him to plus 170. And that would actually get him ahead of Bodo Kodietsny. So there's a lot of different scenarios going on right now out there. I can tell you one thing's for sure. It's that Chris Barnes, if he doesn't start striking, he is not going to make it. Because Bill O'Neill now with the front 8. There's a look at Chris Barnes from a distance. And he just left a 9-pin. The ball sailed right past the 9-pin. Chris Barnes is quickly finding himself in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, that was on a strike. He was trying to double to potentially get some momentum and set himself up for the latter part of this game.
At this point, he has to make the spare, and he has to throw the next 5 strikes, I think, to make it, to have any chance to make it. And that still may not be enough.
Yep, that shot we just saw may have done Chris Barnes in.
Well, if Chris strikes out, he shoots 237, which would put him at plus 176. So that would get him ahead of everybody from the first squad. So that would probably be enough. Now I'm doing the math. I think that would be enough to get him in. So it is still a scenario out there where all 4 of the top 4 could come from this squad if they all finish strong. That's still out there. There's also a scenario where only 1 person from the squad makes it. So it's really close, to say the least. Yanapan struck again in the 8th frame on lane 11.
And according to the chat, O'Neill has yet to miss.
Yep, front 9 now.
So O'Neill, that'll put him in, won't it?
Well, he goes 9 out in the 10th. He shoots 267, and it'd be plus 185. So yeah, I think that he should be good. O'Neill should make the show. And I think Martin Larson just struck for a double down there.
Larson's getting pretty close to locking away a spot as well.
Well, it's a second double of the game.
He was in pretty good shape as the leader coming in to this game.
Jason, let's look at 61 and 62, if you can move your camera over there. Mario Quintero has the front 9, just went front 10 from Mexico. He's not in the hunt to make the cut, but hey, he's got a chance at a 300, so at least we can see something exciting here. Chris Barnes just struck in the 7th.
Of course, we have a pole slightly blocking him on the approach, but
he's up now with the front 10. Looks like another strike for Mario. So here goes Mexico's Mario Quintero. A chance for our 3rd 300 game of the day. Final shot. He comes up light, 299. It's like he left an 8-pin, a light 8-pin, but a great game nonetheless. Unfortunately, he's not going to advance, but that does certainly help his total toward the all events. Bill O'Neill just bowled, not sure what he did, as he is too far away from us. We'll have to wait for the live scoring to update. I think Bill might have the front 11, or maybe he just bowled 300. It looked like he just finished it off with a 300. I see them all clapping down there, so yeah, Bill O'Neill, 300 game. Have to wait for the live scoring to update to make it official. Yes, it is indeed a 300 for Bill O'Neill of Team USA.
See it down in the distance.
And he will be the top seed for the show, it looks like.
Boy, what a clutch game 6. As it disappears behind the pole there, doing out of our camera range.
The best that Martin Larson can shoot is plus 208. So Bill O'Neill will take the top seed.
I just heard some more cheering down there where Larson was bowling. I don't know what.
And Martin Larson got another strike. That very well may have locked up a spot for Martin Larson. Well, he might still have a little work to do. Critical shot coming up for Chris Barnes here in a moment. As he's getting ready to step onto the approach. Yanapan Lapaparat struck again in the 9th. So that scenario of having all 4 coming from this squad still in play. I think if Barnes misses here, then Bodo Konieczny will make the finals. Another strike for Barnes, so he's hanging in there. He's going to need 3 more strikes. Strike in the 9th and the first 2 in the 10th, I believe. So Yanapan Lapaparat of Thailand will need, if you're following live scoring, he's on lane 11, will need a double and 9 pins to pass Bodo Konieczny.
Unfortunately, far too off in the distance for us to be able to get even a shot of a reaction.
Yeah, the only thing we can get a shot of is Chris Barnes, who is stepping up now in what I believe to be a must-strike situation here in the 9th frame for Chris Barnes. And here he goes. Has to have it. Oh, he trips out the 4. Wow, what a break there for Chris Barnes, as he is hanging in there. Just barely hanging in there at this point.
Walking around, talking to himself. Nobody knows exactly what any these players are going to need to get just squeak in. Still too much.
Well, we're getting pretty close, but we're getting pretty close to having some answers here. I think Martin Larson is in the semifinals, no matter what he does in the 10th. We know Bill O'Neill is in, so I think we need to wait for Yanapan Lapaparat to finish. He is up in the 10th right now, and that's going to answer some more questions for us. I think we've got 3 guys in play here for 2 spots. Chris Barnes, Yanapan Lapaparat, and Bodo Konieczny. And Bodo is already bowled this morning. So desperately waiting for the update from down on lane 11 on the live scoring here. See what Yanapan did in the 10th. And he finishes with 240. And that will not be enough. So now we need to do some more math here and figure out exactly what Barnes will need. So now Barnes needs to go ahead of the Korean Shin, who is at plus 165. He needs 228. So Barnes still needs a double in the 10th.
Like Larson finishing up off in the distance.
Yeah, Martin Larson opened in the 10th. Wow, he went plus 172. That was close to being under Bodo Konieczny. But he does get the job done. He had enough. If Barnes strikes out here, he can get to the number 2 seed. If he does not throw a double, he doesn't make it. That's how close it is.
Now, Lucas, what was the score of the player from Korea on this squad?
On this squad?
That was in contention.
Let's see. I may be missing somebody. You never know. I don't believe there was anybody from Korea who was in contention on this squad. It was Hong Kong, and he was shooting not very much.
Okay, maybe so. Was that in the 5 spot? Was that the previous squad? I just saw it scrolling.
Yeah, that would be the previous squad.
Okay, my mistake.
So if everything is correct and nobody has bowled a huge game that was far down in the standings, Chris Barnes should need a double here in the 10th frame to make the semifinals. It's very quiet now. Oh, he got it. I had a feeling he might pause or might balk on that shot, but he kept it going. Because it got real quiet just as he was about to start. So that'll put Barnes in the 220s. Because 9 spare, he shoots 226. And that would not be enough, I don't think. Actually, if he goes 9 spare, he ties with the Korean. And I believe we would have a 1-ball roll-off. Or a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, something like that. Assuming that nobody jumped ahead. But somebody else would have needed 260, 270 game. So I think Barnes is in the semifinals with a strike. 9 spare, we have the potential of a tie for the last spot. Anything less than 9, and he is out. So here we go. Oh, he yanks it through the face, and it looks like he got 7. No, he gets 8. And he's going to miss by a pin. And I think he knows it, too. Chris Barnes just yanked it right through the face. Second shot in the 10th. And he's not happy. And he is going to miss making the semifinals. by just a pin. Shoots 225. Let me do some math here, make sure we're right.
His reaction indicates that you are.
Yep. That puts him at plus 164. So what I have is I've got Bill O'Neill plus 218, Martin Larson plus 172, Bodo Konietzny plus 168, Shin Seung-hyun of Korea plus 165, and Chris Barnes at plus 164. Chris Barnes misses by 1 pin. A heartbreaking finish there for Barnes.
All of these scores from Lucas unofficial.
Of course.
We will wait and see.
There's always the potential that I've made a mistake or that somebody has bowled a big game that I'm now aware of to move up into the mix, but we'll have to wait for the final tallies to come in here, which should happen pretty soon.
Regardless, we will have live coverage of the semifinals coming up here shortly.
Don't know exactly what time we're going to start. They have to run the lanes. They've got to oil the lanes. So I'm going to guess about 25 minutes from now, at the top of the hour, is about when we'll get started, is my best guess. As they are throwing the final shots here. I'm sure that the lane maintenance crew will be ready to go here pretty quickly. Yeah, I see them down there getting ready. So we're just waiting on the final scores to come in. Everybody is done. So they are announcing that we will start at the top of the hour.
Semi-final lanes to be used are 51 and 50. Semi-final lanes are 51 and 52, and the other one 55 and 56. And the finals will be all on 53, 54.
So just waiting on the final tally here. We'll stick with you until we know the final four, and then we will reset everything and get set up for the next squad. Sorry, for the semifinals, I should say. Still waiting the final tally. The official results coming shortly. So once again, qualifying is concluded. We're waiting the final scores. We think we know who's in the semifinals, but we're waiting to verify. They're oiling the lanes right now. We'll start with the semifinals in about 20 minutes. And here we go. Bill O'Neill, top seed. Martin Larson, the number 2 seed. Bodo Konietzny, the number 3 seed. And Sunghyun Shin of Korea, the number 4 seed. Chris Barnes misses by 1 pin, as we expected. So, again, the top 4, Bill O'Neill, Martin Larson, Bodo Konietzny, and Sunghyun Shin of Korea. We will go offline here for a few minutes while we get set up and ready to go for the semifinals. But you'll be able to find the stream right on bowl.com/world2013. In about 15 minutes or so, we'll get started at the top of the hour with the semifinals.